It's going down!
It's a jolly day. Would you like to try our peach mango pie with a side of the Great Ace Attorney 2? Because if you do, then let's go ahead and get started.
Hi, hey, hope everyone is having a great Sunday. Welcome in, gamers. Kado Kaijin, hello. Oh, Lux, hello, hi, hey, hope you guys are all doing great. Sorry, I started a little bit later than I scheduled. I got some coffee. I got some coffee milk tea to like prepare myself so that we can really try and just get all of the first case done in one stream. But I always forget that when I get coffee dehydrates you. And so I have like a really bad headache. So I just wanted to lay down in bed for a little bit and drink some water and rehydrate up so that we can, be in good fighting shape for this. But welcome in, guys. I am so excited for today. I waited all week for this. We are finally starting the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve because we ended off on Great Ace Attorney 1 Adventures. We left off on a pretty big cliffhanger. So I am incredibly stoked to get to come back to this game. Obviously, I really just want to kiss Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But also, we have some mysteries that we have to uncover. What is going on? And for those of you that are new to the stream or just coming in and whatnot, I'm pretty much going into this completely blind. I don't really know too much about anything that's going on in the second game. I only know based on what I've played from the first game. So if we can, let's keep the spoilers and the speculations and stuff like that to a minimum and try not to like backseat or anything like that. I usually don't have a problem with that with this game, but because we're starting completely fresh, like if anyone's starting watching the playthrough from the second game and not from coming in from the first game or anything like that, I just wanted to, rehash everything. But yeah, I hope you guys all have had a great weekend. I had a pretty great day yesterday. Yesterday, I got to sleep in, and I actually also got to go see a play. I talked about this quite a lot, but now I can finally say what I was watching. I went to go see She Kills Monsters down in LA, and the lead actress for that show is one of my teachers, Diva Marie Gregory, who plays Flame in Fire Emblem Three Houses. But it was a really cute show. I didn't know that it was it was an actual production that has been around for quite a while. It's really cute. So the premise of that show is about this girl who her family dies in a car accident, and basically she's trying to learn more about her sister because her sister was a huge D&D nerd, and so her sister left behind an entire homebrew campaign that explains a lot about her inner feelings and her life and stuff. And so the main character gets to sort of get that experience of getting to reconnect with her sister even though she's dead. And I thought it was just really cute. It was very gay, very lesbian. It was fantastic, and it was just really nice. It was really nice to get to see a story that is about D&D and geek humor and stuff, and is really funny, but it also just paints a geeky queer narrative, which obviously means a lot to someone like me. But I thought in relation to that, today's check-in would be, what is something that you like to do to express yourself? Whether it's drawing, writing, acting, cosplay, D&D, clothing, anything like that. What is something that you guys like to do in your lives to express yourself? I know we have a lot of artists here. I know we have some people that like writing fan fiction, some people that cosplay. I've never done D&D. I've said this quite a few times, but I definitely want to do a stream where I build a D&D character, and maybe hopefully one day I get to do a one-shot on stream and whatnot. But I feel like, especially after seeing that play, I'm heavily interested in tabletop campaigns and whatnot. D&D campaign with the play sounds so unique. Yeah, it's really cute. It was really funny because obviously in the actual quote-unquote real-life circumstances, it's just the main character and then her friend that is the DM that is in control of the campaign and whatnot. But it's a play, so you'll see her sister, her dead sister, and her dead sister's friends and whatnot, and they're all speaking their lines. But if you actually look really closely, in the back, the DM is also mouthing along all the lines too. And sometimes there's lines where it's there's a line where it's but I'm not real, I'm dead, this is just a character. And then the sister will say it at the same time as the DM, and it's just so good. It was such a cute play. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, if you guys ever have the chance to see it, if any of community theaters in your area are doing that show, highly recommend checking it out. Also, I just highly recommend checking out community theater in general. I know a lot of us are like mostly into like video games and anime and stuff like that, but if you guys haven't like gone to see a play in person yet, it's such a unique experience getting to like see a show or any sort of production and getting to give live feedback. It's kind of like these streams. Like, you know, I'm doing something for you guys and then I can read your guys' comments and react with you guys. And when you're in a play and you're watching a play, you can gasp like, oh my God, or like, don't go there. Like there's a little girl that was like saying, no, don't go there, to like the dungeon or whatever. And like the actors, like, you know, they're playing a character, but they can hear those comments. So like they can like, you know, like react to those things as well. And it's such a fun, cute little experience. So I highly recommend that you guys check out your community theaters, especially because community theaters are always smaller productions, you know. It's a lot of local actors. It's a lot of people working with budgets and whatnot. And you know, it's an art that really should just be celebrated and preserved more, which is so funny that I'm saying that, because when I first went to college, I was like, I don't want to do theater. I only want to do voiceover. Now I'm just like, I miss theater. I've been writing a book for the last 5 years. Oh my God, Godspeed, Caro. I know quite a few people that are also authors as well. And I can only imagine how difficult of a process that must be, especially like if you're at the phase where like you're working with an editor and you're getting the manuscript ready for publishing and whatnot, and like you just have to refine everything. Like I can't even imagine, because I'm an actor, but I'm not a writer. So, you know, I wish you the best. I hope you're able to get that published someday. And of course, if you do, feel free to share it with us in the community here. Tough Tony, hiya, hey, hope you are doing great. Welcome in. Sorry, give me a second to just drink some more water. I'm just gonna need to rehydrate really fast. It's all good. I'm taking care of myself. Before the stream, I went to go get brunch, so I got myself some, of course. I don't know why I do this on Sunday streams, but I got Jollibee. So I got myself a Jollibee chicken sandwich, and then I also got I went to like this boba place, and they had mapo tofu tater tots. So that was really good. Hope you're doing good. I'm also doing good and chilling myself. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not glad to hear that my Switch controller is really low. Rose River, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. And Rosalie, hello. Good evening to you. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. To anyone that's out in Europe, you know, I hope you guys can chill before you guys go to bed. And for anyone else everywhere else, good afternoon. 1 second, let me just go ahead and plug in my USB. I'm gonna go ahead and charge my Guys, you have no idea how excited I am for this stream. I just think it's like really sweet that like we're getting to meet a lot more community members because of Great Ace Attorney. Because like I genuinely really enjoy playing this game, but I also genuinely like find so much joy getting to like meet people that like are just as excited about this as I am. So yeah, just thank you guys so much for coming out and, you know, choosing to devote some of your time to these streams, whether it's live or through the VODs or anything like that. But anyways, if we don't have any more checking in to do, if we are all doing good, let's go ahead. First of all, let's preview the cases that we have again in this. This game, obviously, as the first one in most Ace Attorney games, has 5 different episodes that we can go through. The first one for this one is episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. So it looks like the court's in Japan. So I wonder if Yunosuke is gonna go back to Japan, or if they're gonna like fake us out and it's gonna be about another attorney for like this first episode. I don't know. Let's find out. But then we also have episode 2, The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Oh my God! Does that mean we're gonna see Natsume? We're gonna see Mr. Natsume again soon? I hope so, because Mr. Natsume was so cute. Number 3, we have The Return of the Great Departed Soul. This looks like it's the Austrian Empire Great Exhibition in London. This would be about like Nikola Tesla, right? Something like the context of this, right? Rosalie, thank you so much for the lurk. I'd greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a great time at work. Episode 4, The Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. I think the silhouette in there is Van Zeek's. But then the 5th one, final chapter, just a black screen. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What is gonna go on? What is gonna go on? I'm so scared, but I'm so excited. All right. I won't keep you guys waiting. Let's go ahead and get started. I have my screenshot button ready. Anime! Oh my God. And of course, please feel free to let me know if the audio levels need to be adjusted while we're playing this, if anything needs to be turned up or turned down. And also, as a little preview, I did add some new rewards that you guys can redeem as well.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
The game audio's crackling? Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and... Here, let me know. Is it better now?
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Can you guys let me know if the audio's still crackling or if it's fine? Yeah, it is? Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and restart then. I'm gonna restart the game because I want the cutscene to, like, you know, flow coherently. So we'll go back to the start screen. It's fine? Okay, we'll go back to the start screen and then let me know if the BGM sounds fine, everything whatnot. You know, I wanna give the best experience that we can with this, because especially we're just starting the game. Also, how much room do I have for screenshots today? Oh my God. I have not, oh no, not the eShop! Not the eShop! I haven't cleaned out my screenshot folder, so I probably have limited space since I'm on system memory. I can take about 300 more screenshots on my Switch. Okay, so I'll try to be, I'll be liberal, and then I think 300 should be fine for today. Okay, new game. Hey, let me know if everything sounds fine again. We need to hear Susato's beautiful narration. I really love the accent that her actress has for this character, especially if it's her natural accent.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Thank you.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
And a truly wonderful man.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Her dad died!
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you.
No, come back
My
soon!
life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Oh my God!
And no one could have predicted what has happened.
So there's been a time skip
Just
then.
2 months after arriving home.
So there is a time gap. I find myself faced with another awful crime. Jazai! I knew she'd come back!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Yes! Girl boss? Girl boss? Oh my God, beat the shit out of her!
So
Deserved!
please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
She's praying to Kazuma? Oh, I mean, maybe it makes sense. She's talking about Ryunosuke, so. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. 13th August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Antechamber 3. Am I gonna be playing a Susato for this case? Oh my god, I am!
Here I am again.
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I first must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Excuse me?
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today?
Yes. That's right, miss. That totally makes sense, though. Like, what way can we tutorialize the game again, but still continue on the story? Of course, it's to have Susato become the lawyer for the first trial. That's so smart. Ori-sin, hello, also the way you say Britain. The British are coming. Welcome in, Ori. I hope you're having a good time. If there's any constellations here, let's give Ori a warm welcome for being new here. Let me find... Where's my chapstick? My lips are pretty dry right now, and I want to be in firm reading. I can't believe we're playing as Susato! I'm so excited! Great Ace Attorney just keeps serving. But also, like, you know, Susato is so great. She's the best character in this game. We're playing as her for the first case. Why the hell did she not get a Capricorn? Why did she not get a Shum Shum?
Yes. Yes, that's, right, miss.
Maya, welcome in as well. Hello.
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. Oh, it's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Rei Membami, born the same year as I, and my girlfriend.
Are they, wait, hold on. Guys, you can, without spoiling, are they girlfriends or are they only friends? This is important information we need to know. I'm doing pretty good. I'm very, very excited and happy to be here. Girlfriends? Oh, hell yeah!
Born the same year as me, and my girlfriend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little
Flush. Oh, they're gay.
oh my! It's just that, you know, when you're representing me like that, you just look so handsome. You look so...
Oh my god! She's lesbian! They're actually gay! Dr. Quacks, welcome in. Thank you so much for following and joining the constellations.
Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. I'm also lesbian. She hasn't realized who I am.
Is she disguised? Hold on. No, Ishop, no! Stop drifting! Hold on. Is this Susato? Is this what she's supposed to look like for this case? Oh? No, not Mario Kart.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your girlfriend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise?
Can we give a warm welcome to Dr. Quacks for being new here as well?
Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? I have feelings for you? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University! A male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see.
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into this.
Oh yeah, because in Japan, women can't be in the court.
My hero. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door.
Susato's exploration of gender.
So that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for little old me? Of course. You are the love of my life. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no! I have complete faith in you.
Evening. Welcome in, Savoten. Hope you're having a good one.
Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, because you're a woman, what a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Oh, let's go, lesbians! Hold on, I gotta change the title of the stream now. It's the start of the game. There we go.
Ray. Please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. I might just get lost in them. I'm sorry. It's just... Oh, you really do look so dashing.
Maybe Maeve, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in.
Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased. I think it certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
Judy, thank you so much for redeeming the care package. Welcome in. Let's get into physical. I thought I updated that. Hold on. I gotta update that sound effect. I want to use that sound effect, but I also don't want to get DMCA'd, especially on this stream. So let me go update that really fast. I want to see if I love Olivia Newton-John, but I hope she does not get me DMCA'd. Where is my trigger fire? Let's go update that. All right, everyone. Our first care package of the day. Let's go ahead and stand up from our seats. We're gonna go ahead and twist our bodies to the left. Twist our bodies to the right. Stretch our arms straight up to the sky. Roll out that right shoulder. Roll out the left shoulder. Very slowly, very gently roll out your neck. Take a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. Take one more deep breath in. One more deep breath out. And go ahead and drink some water. All right, thank you so much for that, Chiodi, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm starting to feel a lot more ready to do this.
Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean.
Imagine that Susato's grabbing her by the hands and she's looking straight into her eyes while she's crying. And she's like,
Please do not cry. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant! Counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Susato's speaking like she's the main lead in a period drama. I can imagine it right now. I really hope we see what the model looks like, and I really hope there's concept art for it, because I'm sure once we see that, people will just be like, yes, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh.
I think as much as I love the like hot men in this game, I think it'd be really cool to have an Ace Attorney where we play as a female protagonist.
Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being...
Have you seen her for this past game?
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim is?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father.
I am so happy. I was so sad that we didn't get her for the last case in the last game. We're getting treated to a whole trial with just her. And honestly, Susato's one of my favorite characters to read for. Oh my god! Dr. Quacks, thank you so much for subscribing to the Superstar Sub Club with Prime. I hope you enjoy.
I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan.
Ah, he's so cute! I forgot, for those of you that didn't see the last time, Great Ace Attorney 2 has DLC costumes that you could give for the trials. Ryunosuke is the only one that I'm giving the DLC costume for, just to see what it looks like.
How many times have I wished that he was here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead.
He's so cute! Oh, I want to kiss him so bad.
Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1. Oh my god, she's so cute!
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Ah, she's so cute!
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready.
Ready. She's doing the Ryunosuke! Oh, that's so cute! His little fluster.
Oh yes, sir, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Yutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Ryutaro, that's so cute! yeah, no, I love reading for everyone in this game.
Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how best to upload this manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain, as part of a study programme. That is, his cousin.
Oh, his cousin.
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo preeminent lawyers.
Any of them.
Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Suzuto's every bit as gallant and dashing as any one of your Tokyo attorneys! I won't have you making fun of her!
Her?
Please be careful, Ray.
Shush! What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to fit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may very well affect the future of our empire, just like it was in the first game.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Oh, dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood while you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself.
Oh, cute! She's so cute! Yes, Your Excellency.
But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that's simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I don't know how to play this video game. I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use this knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use the R button to open the court record. Then you need to flip through the People section with the R button. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
All right, check the court record with the R button. That's where the information I need will be.
Post-mortem report, time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to a trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Victim, Jazai Brett. Deserved! She absolutely deserved it! I knew she was coming back, and I'm so glad she's in the ringer. Time of death, 11th August, around 2 p.m., ascertained by examination and witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Oh, we don't have Susato's portrait here. Yujin Mikotoba, 43 years old, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. Rei Membami, my girlfriend, who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. She's the defendant in this case. Jazai Brett, 25. The victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Taketsuchi Aochi, 52 years old, the lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era.
What is the name of the man in this case?
Or victim of this case.
Yes!
Yes! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jazai Brett. Jazai Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be made well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Japan. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything.
Jazai Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of...
Yes!
Yes! 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Jazai Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I was in London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was the matter of a government wish to resolve rapidly. It indeed was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court.
A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his boyfriend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Josiah Brett.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board on a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed!
Only the day before?
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
Ho-ho! As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight.
Susato passed the Did you play the first game test? It's either did you learn how to play this game or did you play the first game?
On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider that she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Oh! Gay 2, resolve. But it has Ryunosuke. Why doesn't there like a Ryutaro silhouette?
You're clearly exaggerating. powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let's put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, second game time! Welcome in!
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
That's right, yeah! Second game. Welcome in, gamers. I'm gonna have a little bit more of my tater tots. Give me a second. I have to, like, finish them before they go bad, because you guys know how, like, when potatoes cooked, it's really good, but if you don't eat it within, like, a few hours, like, it goes bad and hard to eat. All right.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no! Ray, be careful of what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that.
I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
Membami-san. Yes? What is it, Naruhodo-san?
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato.
Please tell me why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her.
No, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all.
There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett to her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel.
Sure.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him get to you.
Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly, my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West and also in gay manga, if you know what I mean. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Oh wow, it's harder actually standing at the center of attention while trying to defend someone. I really love the way that they tackled this. I thought it was just so smart that, you know, they introduced the game's mechanics again through Susato, because yeah, she was with you for the first game, but especially like seeing her model like this, she looks like you finally understand that she's young and she's still naive and stuff. Like, because in the first game, like, she comes off as very mature and very capable, but once she's thrust into, like, you know, the front seat and whatnot, like, ultimately, she's still just a teen. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry.
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I! In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was the young student girl who did it, not I!
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
Honestly, if you didn't have that mustache, you know, Professor Mikotoba, like, you know, Rinosuke is not here right now in the country, so, like, I'm kind of available.
I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor sweet Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will now accept this photographic print as evidence.
The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record.
As I understand, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. Look at this graph!
I mean, she's not in the picture.
This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh, yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh! I was like, he looks different. So his hair is down. That's interesting. I like that they changed the characters like slightly like that. I really enjoy that. I wonder if any other characters have that as well.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes? Can I change their costumes right now? Can I feel like Ryunosuke shouldn't be wearing this costume right now. Hold on. I'll save his costume then for when we get to like a later trial. I think I said that, yeah. I don't, but that's... Yeah, I'm gonna switch to Ryunosuke out of the outfit just because it doesn't make sense for the flashbacks. And also just because I want to see his cute little face again. I'm so glad my memory of Ryunosuke of 9 months ago includes Ryunosuke's updated outfit for England. Lord Ominous, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Once again, let's just preview really fast what the costumes look like. So I don't think Susato would be wearing this for the first trial. I think it'll just be for when she's an assistant again. Unless she becomes a full-fledged lawyer, that'd be freaking awesome. And then Herlock has this. Looks so silly. And then just because we won't hear it this stream, I want to hear.
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Hold it!
Weeaboo Sherlock is great. Lamau. Yeah, Ryunosuke's new outfit's really cute, but I want to save it for when we actually see him again. Because I don't think we'll get to see him today. Yes?
This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten!
You become conceited with the age, Council. But the old age have to But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Ah! Oh, yeah. That was so long ago.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth! Oh! You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I really can't see. Where's the hope exactly?
Is comma? You know, you've heard of K-pop comma hair. Get ready for Grade Ace Attorney comma hair.
I said silence! Today, I shall face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you!
He's beating the male pattern baldness allegations.
And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You've been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Oh my God! My two faves!
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations to the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And I'm, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Oh, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume!
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes.
What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
His personality's so different too now that he's in Japan. Oh my God. This is the trial that just keeps on giving. Oh, give in, Reisna. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you're doing great today. I'm having a fantastic day now. Oh my God. I'm gonna have some more of my tater tots. I'm so happy that I had no idea what was gonna happen today. I'm feeling so much joy right now. You know how like when you have like melted cheese with food and then the food gets a little cold, so the cheese just like, I don't know what the word is, but the cheese kind of like just dries up and then it's just like you can eat it and it's kind of like chewy. It sounds gross, but I love it. Ooh, hold on. I also forgot that I got myself some 7 leaves. I got myself a nice strawberry passion fruit boba drink. Oh, there we go. Now that's the spot. I think I might just stop drinking my coffee.
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes. Yes, of course. I know. Please tell me. Please tell me that. Yeah! His portrait's so different, too. Satoru Hosonaga, a chief inspector in the Imperial Police Bureau who was surreptitiously submerged in the sea in order to keep watch over Miss Brett. He was present at the time of her murder. Souseki Natsume, a former visiting student to the British Empire who returned to Japan after a spell of bad luck with the law. He's now a successful author and a witness in the current case. He looks so cute like that. Oh God, I love old men. Yes. Yes, I know, of course.
I presume Souseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I would certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so it has been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
No, it's just that you're so fucking cute.
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Oh, thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have been being at the scene, Souseki-san?
Oh, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With my with Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and supper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me.
And no one told me that the voice mod was still on! The Souseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... Hold on. He is... I think they were supposed to like try to make him like an asshole here, but like he's just so charming. I just can't help but love him.
The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
That detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
His little turtle!
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
Oh, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach? Oh,
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
no. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, the fandom was not ready to see me in my beach bod. It meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but only if I had! I'd never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret!
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. The witnessed scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes! That young girl was astride an Englishwoman, the dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly!
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene, whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, the final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Oh, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
No! Hosonaga.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
But there's no way she could have engraved RM onto the pen while she's dying. So, have I omitted anything? Can I not examine it? They just don't want to show me a portrait of Susato in the uniform. I can already tell, the cowards. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. Yeah, it could have very easily just been for, like, it would have made more sense if, like, her blood spelled out RM, but, like, if it's engraved, like, there's no way.
I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes! Me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
Okay, before we start, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my window so I can get some fresh air circulating. Give me 1 second. And just look at these two cuties. Ooh, that feels a lot better. I hope you get to ask if that's really her pen. I think that might be the solution. We'll see how it goes. The witnessed scene. Let's hear her hold it.
Hold it! She's so cute! Hold it! In that jaunty disguise.
Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested.
You can see, look, you can see a little bit of his tan line. Hold on. I'm gonna zoom in, hold on. Where's my capture? You can see really closely, if you just stare really closely and look at his arms, because, you know, I totally was not doing that. You can see the little tan line. He's a farmer's tan. That's so cute. And totally makes up for the fact that he was wearing a swimsuit that covers his chest.
Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer?
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface.
Mr. Turtle! He's so cute!
Mr. Turtle loves the water.
But there was no need for you to blend into the background of this assignment, really. Or was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you would have had your priorities wrong.
Sweet Sai, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. And my sweet angel baby boy feels bad, Pat. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good today. Hello, hello, hello.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
Hold it! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Souseki-san?
In more literary terms, you might say that it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens.
Gah!
Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
Souseki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around all the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself. Which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear.
Can we see it? Can we see it? Can we see his dad bod? Can we see his dad bod? I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise.
Where's the CG of Souseki in a swimsuit?
Hold it!
Wait, by pair? You don't mean to say... But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Game too cowardly to give a Souseki swimsuit reveal! I'm gonna Google this. Hold on. Souseki swimsuit. Let me just see what I get when I look up Souseki swimsuit. Yep, none of them are of Natsume Souseki. Damn it. Oh, whoops, I think I missed some dialogue. Hold on. Oh, dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Oh, foolish. Very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted with the Norran curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. My glasses were very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
thoroughly appealing. Or appalling. Not appealing, not of course. I'm totally not into that at all.
He doesn't appear to be lying here.
Well, if Souseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
You'd like a literary man's opinion?
Hold it! Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed.
The terrible specter, the terrain inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment! Ah! Every sight and every sound is still carved into my melancholy memory! Oh, that was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth is that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you, and just because I'm a man doesn't mean I don't have to scream a certain way to follow gender expectations.
I wonder if I might interject here, Souseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, or your words just now, I believe.
So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described?
No, I mean, yes, I know what I saw.
My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Feet? For free? It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what we saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward. Oh, Shoko, I'm gonna eat some more of my tater tots. Yummy. All right, my food's finished.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be so sure?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right! I saw it too! Oh.
And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene.
Haley, welcome in. Hello. If there's any constellations here, let's go ahead and give a warm welcome to Haley for being new here. Yes, that's right! I saw it too!
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be so sure the victim did not die instantly.
Thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Yes, right, I saw it too!
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Welcome in, Gamma!
Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. No, actually, Hosanaga's wrong because it said one stab wound, right? Single deep stab wound. So that... It is the first trial, so it's a little bit easier. Thanks, car driving.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even...
A delusion. You should be a voice actor. Your voice is amazing. You might want to scroll down and read the About section of this channel.
What's important is that we determine the truth. There's only one sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you could use R to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes!
All right then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Thank you.
Don't forget that you can have the witness repeat their statements as many times as you like.
Oh my goodness! Vinicella, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, gamers! Hi, hey, everyone. Hope everyone is doing good. Let's go ahead and say hello. Biddy, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yes, thank you so much for the shout out, Raisina. Oh, let's go Darkest Dungeon.
All right. Here we go. Come on,
Please. Next time you play Darkest Dungeon, can you install the mod that turns what's the word? Not Conjurer, the healer one. Apothecary? No, not Apothecary. Vestal? Can you get the mod that turns Vestal into a shirtless beefy boy? That's like my favorite mod. So please install that one. But Vinny, thank you so much for the raid. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you guys. Hiya, hey. If you guys are new here, my name is Kieran. I am a magical idol VTuber. I'm also a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys play Fire Emblem Heroes, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in that game. If you guys play Genshin Impact, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaedehara Yoshinori. And if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I provide the English voice for Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. Welcome in, guys. This is a very fun stream. We are starting Great Ace Attorney 2. We're in the heat of it. It is fantastic so far. I hope your stream went well, and I would love to have you guys, but if you guys need to head out, all good. No problem whatsoever. If you guys need to go, please make sure to give yourself a nice little stretchy, drink some water, and of course, I was gonna say treat yourself. Don't treat yourself. Take your medication if you need to. But other than that, Yeah, welcome in, gamers. I hope you guys are all doing good. Also, the check-in question for today, very fun because I got to go see a play yesterday. The play was basically about a D&D and whatnot, and expressing yourself through, you know, nerdy things like D&D. So I want to ask you guys, what is something that you like to do to express yourself? Like drawing or writing or acting, cosplay, D&D, fashion and clothing? Like, well, tell me if there's anything that you like to do to express your creativity and your personality and your interests and hobbies and all that. Shout them out. But anyways, we're going to go back to the game. Once again, this is Great Ace Attorney 2. And there's a lot of references to the first one, so if you guys don't want to be spoiled from the first game, I completely understand. Is all the above an option? It is! Tell me everything that you like to do. But anyways, thank you so much again! We're gonna go back to the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Or not. I can just go skip straight to the last statement and present the piece of evidence that proves that Hosonaga-san is wrong. But first, I'm going to go ahead and save my game because I have a habit of not saving my game and then I mess everything up.
I draw all my silly stuff and I write all my silly stuff. Hell yeah, let's go. And oh, if you guys didn't see the schedule for this week, if you guys want to join me, this Friday we're going to be having our subathon earned fan-fiction writing stream. So how I think I'm going to go about it is maybe we'll like Mad Libs it, and I'll take like suggestions for topics and people and situations and places and stuff, and then we'll do like a spin the wheel randomizer to like see what we get from it. I'm still thinking about how I want to do it, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna write a whole ass fan fiction together, so it's gonna be a good time. I hope I can see you guys then. Art, deck building. I put a sticker on a water bottle recently. I'm starting to get more into clothing. Hell yeah. I feel like clothing is also like your personal fashion is like just a really good gateway into like exploring your personality and presenting yourself and whatnot. So I totally like agree. I think that's definitely an outlet to express yourself. And water bottles too. You guys have seen my water bottle. I'm literally clutching it right now. But my water bottle is a like a not matcha, like a lime green, because green's my favorite color. Although if I can find a matcha colored water bottle, I think I might get that because it's my favorite. And then I have like decals of like Pomu and Lazulite, and what else do I have on it? I have Pomu and Lazulite, and then I have the plushie charm of Kabu from Pokemon Sword and Shield that Wasabi got me, and then I have the little Keropi charm that we won on stream when we went to Japan. I have a tank of a water bottle because I drink a lot of water. My water bottle is 32 ounces, so I drink a lot too. But yeah, I think that explains why I go pee a lot. All right, take care, Haley. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and present this piece of evidence.
Objection!
Her objection is so cute! Objection! All right, also, I saw that no one took advantage of it yet, but there's new rewards you guys can use your points on, so I'll go ahead and redeem this one so you guys can see. Objection! Ezra, thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations. Welcome in. Iggy! Thank you so much.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from the deep inside me, I think I finally understand.
And now you know why Susato had an objection line in 7 Days of Sinner Yunosuke. It's me, I'm the weeb. Now you guys can't complain about subs or dubs. At least for that line.
Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? Oh!
Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
Oh, what? Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Oh.
In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is clearly flawed!
Oh.
And Soseki-san!
Me?
You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes. Yes, I did! Wildly!
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes. And?
Oh my god, Susato's theme is so good! It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
Oh, true! What exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed! In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference!
What? Why not?
Engage your brain! Fire Emblem! When the accused at first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witness saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah!
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Oh, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case.
The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... I'm gonna save my game. I'm gonna cliffhang us for a bit because I gotta go pee. So I'll be back in just a second. All right. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... Let's go and save her life. I feel like that might be the right answer. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence was clearly indicating her as the killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect out of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Did I pick the wrong answer? Oh no!
Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yeah, oh, yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Oh no, I just spilled my drink all over my legs. Give me a second. Where's my towel? Wow! Oh my god. Do I have any towel here? I do. Okay, cool. Ugh. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Witness testimony. Forensic medicine primer.
Pulling a blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man that the victim murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out knows it. I wouldn't know. I've never poked someone with a knife.
Well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would have been fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my girlfriend actually have...
Susato!
Yes!
Pull yourself together! We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand.
Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
And this is your girlfriend we're talking about. If you were like working with a client that you had no idea anything about them, like Ryunosuke has been doing, woof.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking or could be a problem. Does that mean if you used due care and attention, it would be all right?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. But the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur.
Guys, oh my god. Okay, I know, like, it's just like me to be in love with every character in this game, but like, Hosonaga with like the salt and pepper hair, like, we can agree, right? We can agree that like salt and pepper, like black and white hair is really hot, right? Right? Please please vindicate me.
In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Thank you, that's all I needed to hear.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is?
Clearly, the defendant, Rei Mbami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your girlfriend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know, young people today. If that's lesbianism, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Why are his hands so fucking huge? Holy shit! He's got yaoi hands and a yaoi mallet.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can now see that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mbami-san would certainly have been aware of it.
God, that judge's hands, holy shit!
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. Before the yaoi battle, it was the yaoi hammer.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Girlie, no!
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have have such big—
Oh my god, Hosonaga! Listen, she's nervous. She can't come up with anything. It's okay. No, Susato. Don't let the spirit of misogyny possess you. You guys have heard of Ace Attorney's Spirit of Justice. Get ready for the great Ace Attorney's Spirit of Misogyny.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Sexism is okay, but no, stop it, stop it. Sexism is never okay.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Minbami-san's nature to do something so awful. Anything for GF's innocence, you know? If I have to be a bigot for just 2 minutes.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you didn't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law!
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Oh, yes, sir. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Minbami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Minbami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. In fact, he even embraced homosexuality. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Minbami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in that testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take evidence at face value. You can and must examine in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing this video game. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. Oh, what should I do?
No, we know what to do.
Come to think of it, I did play the previous video game not only a week ago, so I think I remember everything I need to do. Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. They're strong, muscular hands, at least for Kazuma-sama. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with the A button.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see you've previously played this video game, either on your Nintendo 3DS or on Steam, Nintendo Switch, or PlayStation.
There we go. Oh, the portrait! She does have a portrait! Yay! If we take off the pen's lid... I was hoping. I would have been so sad if Ryutaro didn't have a portrait. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't appear to actually be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty.
Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
A fountain pen bearing the initials RM, which has a small reservoir into which ink can be drawn. There's very small amounts of liquid still inside. So I think that's what I was supposed to be looking for, but let's just see if there's any other flavor text. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
No way, she uses the Sakura Pigma microns too? She must be a bullet journalist. There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It's the emblem of resolve.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I knew there was more to discover. Okay, cool. Yeah, there is my portrait. I'm so happy that they drew it. That's really cute. I can't wait to read the commentary about this design then. Guys, I want this game to last forever.
Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may find just a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away. I think that's the only thing though, right? There's nothing from here. Oh, actually, yes, there is. I'm on case 2 and I feel that way as well. I want to talk about it, but don't talk about it yet. No talking about it. It can, if only we don't progress the story. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Souseki-san, isn't it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
This is the newspaper from Souseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well.
Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Souseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray, she was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Well, let's read. Let's read, Mama. Can I open it? Can I open? Can I open? Can we open? Hello? Can we open? No, okay. Let me see what it said again. Newspaper containing an article and a discussion between my father and Souseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. All right, I'll read everything again just in case. Oh, there it is. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Souseki Natsume on 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via the wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in... Is this curare again, or curare? How do you pronounce that word again? Curare. Pronunciation. Yeah, curare! It's curare! Even the smallest amount almost entering the body, either via the mouth or via the wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Why is the poison being developed? Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay, I think that's all we can get from this. Maybe this? I use the article on this? It's either the pen or the article, so hold on. Objection! I was right! Yeah! No. There is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! A yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also is a poor loser. Loser!
This guy, I imagine him, like, you guys remember that SpongeBob meme where he's like, yeah, let me just pull it up. SpongeBob talk back meme. This guy, I feel like, let me put them side by side and you'll be like, what's the difference? It's the same image. These two. Hold on, where is it at? These two. Right? I feel like that's what it's like with this guy.
Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but it's also a sore loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
Not her. Not her.
In here, in this newspaper article.
Let's go, lesbians!
Let's go, lesbians!
Wait, you know, that's the full thing. Let's go, lesbians! Come on, lesbians! Oh my god, lesbians, lesbians, move out of my way, rounding the corner with a bunch of lesbians. Here we are at Manhattan. Can you handle it? Oh my god. That's so good. Cassiopeia, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome in. Can we please give a warm constellations welcome to Cassiopeia for being new here in the chat?
It's here, in the newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at Imperial Objection!
Objection! The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
Thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. I'm an engaged lesbian. Hell yeah. This case
Let's go, lesbians!
is for you.
But
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
The newspaper article, and the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. I would know. I am subscribed to Fox News.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article you mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says...
It's the second one, right? It's the second page that talks about the knife wound. Yeah.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body!
What?
Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body, not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
You got it, you got it.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhoids! The word poison appears nowhere on the document!
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection! Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is so well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, Well, the argument makes no sense.
Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved?
If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly!
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware.
I'll give you grounds. Pulls up the coffee grinder.
That words alone, empty or not, have no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now, right after you save your game. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Wouldn't it be that because Brett was researching... Brett was also researching the poison too, wasn't she? Is it supposed to be the fountain pen? Yeah, I'll save my game. Now I'm not as confident now.
Take that! Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence connection to the newspaper article?
In truth... Oh, no. No. Reset the timeline. Reset the timeline. Reset the timeline. Is it the Natsume one?
Take that!
No. All right, we'll just keep grasping at the straws then. It's not the same. Is it the same piece of evidence? Is it the poison one? Can I use this again?
Take that!
No. Well, we only got 5 to go through, so we're good. And good thing the loading doesn't take too long.
Take that!
Oh my god! Kiro! Hiya, hey, welcome in! How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. Don't ignore the reloading. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. I am a very experienced lawyer.
Take that!
House I'm so happy! I'm so happy that we get to play as Susato. I'm so happy that we get to see Hosonaga and Souseki again. It's so great. Best girl, exactly. Oh, my favorite voice, exactly. Damn it, all I need is you here to read them with me. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. How's your weekend going? I hope you had a good one. Please, by all means, I know you have a lot of ways you like expressing yourself, so I would love for you to hear your answer to this check-in question, which is what is something that you like to do to express yourself? Drawing, writing, acting, cosplay, D&D, OCs. I know you like doing a lot of OCs, so please enlighten me. Hell yeah, productive. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, you're a voice actor? Yeah, I'm so glad to hear that. That's awesome. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please, do tell me. definitely your OCs. I need to get back to... Wait, I want to see your drawings. Hello? Oh my god, I need to see them now. You have such great taste.
Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report.
No, I still want to see them. I still want to see them.
Means that it's an unusual symptom of death?
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. And also, if you did not know, when you die, all the muscles in your body relax and you let out a big fat wet. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death and also a big fat fart at release.
There was so much during our TGA8 art gallery stream that I had to hold back not to give away from this case. Ah! Damn it! I knew you were holding back. I knew you were holding back. But that just means, because now that we know that there are portraits for Susato's like new Taro persona, I can't wait to unlock those and see the commentary on that. And that means we have to read them together. And that just means I just get to conscript you for more streams together.
Onset of
Oh wait, no, I read that already.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree that this is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know! The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic! Unaware of the theft of the secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father,
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's, oh my god, wait, hold on. My Totodile nanoblock. It fell from my desk. I banged too hard.
Ah! Hold it! None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
hooray.
Membami-san! You stand accused here! Outbursts like that will not be tolerated!
It was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been charged of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I have a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Jazai Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me, and collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they shrunk to Professor Layton-sized tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you are saying this is the second game in the Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright series, and that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. Strange Disharmony, thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations. Welcome in. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. Jazai was actually latent in disguise all... Okay, hold on. I have to just say this. I just have to put this on the table. I saw yesterday on twitter.com, the lovely place where you discover everything on the internet, that someone took the liberty of drawing Professor Layton in a very particular manner, where they made him very beefy and hot, okay? No. On the blade of the knife on her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. How to get Kieran to play a game? Make beefy man. It's all you need. That's all that matters. All there needs to be is one hot guy. That's preferably beefy. And then I'm interested.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you. Your
Excellency!
It's barely perceptible, but I do think balance has shifted a little here. And this courtroom now...
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mimbami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there'd be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself!
What the? That's literally just her removing it, though.
Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air of that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mimbani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true, no! I don't believe it.
Order! Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Susato's starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cognate photographic print as evidence.
The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time.
Let's examine it. No, this is just her removing it. But also, she deserved it.
It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words.
Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Ray.
Oh my goodness gracious! Come on! Come on! Welcome in, gamers! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi, hey, gamers! I smell something sussy here. What are you talking about?
Kama, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you guys. My name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys play Fire Emblem Heroes, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in that game. If you guys play Genshin, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaidehara Yoshinori. And if you guys like yaoi or boys love, I play Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. Welcome in, gamers. We are currently playing The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We're on the first case. We're starting out the game. It is getting spicy. I'm having a lot of fun. This has been one of my most favorite stream series to have done, ever since I've been streaming. So I would love to have you guys here, but if you guys need to head out, I completely understand. Let's go ahead and see what you were doing. Hold on. Let's get that shout out done. Boom, boom, boom. Monster Hunter Rise. Ooh, Capcom. It scared me.
Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you for sure. Thank you so much for the raid, Kawa. I really hope you guys had a great stream. If you guys want to stick around and answer today's check-in question, long story short, I went to go see a play that was about D&D and expressing yourself through, your nerdy interests and whatnot. So I want to ask you guys, what is something that you like to do to express yourself? Whether it's drawing, writing, acting, cosplay, D&D, fashion, whatever, feel free to let me know how you like to express yourself. Once again, we are playing The Great Ace Attorney 2, so if you guys are wary of spoilers and you're still in the first game or whatnot, I completely understand if you gotta go. Otherwise, we're gonna be switching back to the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ray.
Objection! That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention!
Oh,
Objection!
that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand.
Thank you so much.
The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau's headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness!
Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it to be fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that this wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence! You yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn.
Don't waste your court's time with your ramblings.
Chase the Future, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Can we give a warm Constellations welcome to Chase to being new here?
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no! I honestly thought I talked here. No problem. Either way, thanks so much for, saying hi. That's always greatly appreciated.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt.
Been followed and lurked for a long while, good to be here. I'm really grateful for that. Thank you so much for your support. And you know, whether you feel comfortable to, or if you want to just lurk, I'm always happy to have you here. You're more than welcome to always chat here.
This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces! And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in a court of law.
If I can determine who took this photograph, and this trial is going to come to an end, there must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Let's look. Cracked. There's a crack here. I think it's Hosonaga, isn't it?
Well, Counsel.
Your Excellency. The burning question is who took that photograph? And the truth is... Hold on. Oh my god, wait, Hosonaga's 30? Hell yeah, and Natsume's 33? Hell fucking yeah. I'm telling you guys, people in their 30s are so hot. People are like, 30s, you're gonna be so old, and you're like, you're a grandpa in anime terms, but like, you guys don't understand. There's a reason why they say flirty 30s. The 30s just sounds like, I cannot wait for my 30s. People in their 30s are in their prime and just look so hot. First notice you have from voicing Rickard. Oh wow, really, Rick? That's surprising. Not a lot of people are fans of Rickard, so I'm really happy to hear that. All your other work has been wonderful as well. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. She doesn't do the little kissy face that Ryunosuke does, though.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to.
The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. He is Ricardo. I'm so happy to hear that. I said this before on Reddit, but I know that a lot of people like sack Rickard for his sword because like I think it has like Kanto, right? And so like it's extremely busted and people give it to some of their favorite units. But when people actually like I saw one person plus 10 him, and that like made me feel really warm inside because it's like, you know, the fact that he has someone that really cares about him just means a lot. And the fact that, you know, I could be a small part of that really just, it's why I want to do this. And it's what, you know, is my biggest motivation in voiceover and stuff. And so I'm really happy. Especially because he's from the Marth games and they have such a long legacy to them. So I'm incredibly grateful to, you know, if anyone cares about him at all. And of course, like I adore Sane with all my heart because, you know, he's one of my husbandos. But I'm especially really happy to hear that people enjoy Rickard.
No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you?
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then. Counsel, present your proof to the court.
It's the crack. Oh shit, I can't use. Okay, never mind. Oh, it's the pen because the pen has the seal. It's the emblem of resolve. Emblem, engage. piece of evidence in question is this!
I'm afraid, counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous...
What? What?
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hiya, hey everyone, welcome to the stream. I hope everyone is doing good. Hello Chase, hello Relix, hello Beef Enjoyer, hello Outlux. I hope you guys are all having a great Sunday. We're here playing the Great Ace Attorney 2. And right now we're kind of at the point where we have to present a piece of evidence. Something tells me that I don't think it's the fountain pen. So I think... Let's try... This is just going off a limb, but let's just see the photograph.
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is... this!
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hiya, hey guys, hope everyone is having a great Sunday. Chase, thank you so much for stopping by. Relix, hiya, hey. Beef Enjoyer, hello. Oh, Lux, there attempts to show... I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, if you guys are just stopping in, we are currently playing the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We are currently at a point where we need to present some evidence, but something tells me it's not this and it's not this. So I'm just trying to think of what it could be. I don't know. I'm just gonna go on a limb and maybe try this.
Take that!
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hiya, hey everyone. Hope everyone is doing good. We're currently playing the Great Ace Attorney 2, and I have to present some evidence, and I don't think it's this, and I don't think it's this, and I don't think it's this, so maybe, let's just try, this?
Take that!
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hiya, hey guys. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney 2. We're currently trying to present some evidence, and it's not this, and it's not this, and it's not this, and it's not this, so maybe it's this.
Take that!
Oh, you know, first try! I'm so happy, guys! Wow, I can't believe it!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photo. Oh, wait, what? It's Natsume? Also, look, there's a little drawing here with Aochi's hair. If you look at it closely... Okay, I was like, it can't be Natsume. Please, no. You'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. I did not No wonder I couldn't point that out. I didn't realize that that was the connection. Oh my god. That you really need a big brain to understand that.
Oh, yes, indeed. It already caught my eye as it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this... If you look at this photograph...
Good gracious! Yes.
Oh, yes. Exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too. I can't believe Susato hit puberty right during the trial.
Objection!
Hiya, hey, Ashton, welcome in.
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, this is a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about this is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of... Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. Chase, thank you so much for being first. Welcome in. I mean, you're here, but welcome first.
There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of that particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper? Whoa!
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
Ah! Oh!
I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. No, memo. I love this man so much. Souseki-san. What? What's that? Did you just say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a report from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A report by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Now that you mention it,
They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Could that same reporter be...
Jay, welcome in. Hello, hello.
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right!
There I am, stuck in the middle with Write and Mini Memo!
So you're saying that this picture was taken by...
By Mini Memo, yes! My lord, your excellency, Locum Esquire Naruto!
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Yes, your excellency.
As
As you say, Your Excellency.
And on one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Meh. Mini Memo!
Ooh. To be continued. Wait, hold on. There's a new sound? I should not have played Hannah Montana. Oh, fuck. There's a new sound? Okay, so I'm going to save my game. I'm going to close it and see if the autosave takes me back to the end of that trial, or that scene, so I can go ahead and hear that sound. I have to change my subscriber sound again? Also, it hasn't happened yet, but I tried adding a variation where, you know, if someone resubs, that it has some of Ryunosuke's voice lines, but it hasn't, like, popped up.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, you know what? It's worth going through all this again. I need to hear that sound effect. I need to hear the jingle. I didn't know there was a new one. Do the Phoenix Wright games have different ones per game too? I thought it was always just bum ba bum bum bum. It's like slightly remixed. Oh, okay. Remastered for each game. Got it. I love that though. I really do. Same basic jingle. Honestly, at this rate, I might be close to just either phasing out or having both the Fire Emblem level ups and the Ace Attorney sound effects for
Take that!
for my alerts. Just like the Pursuit themes, they're also remastered for each game. I am glad that they do something to like update or refresh like the like themes or the character designs that we already know, and that it's not just like recycled every single time, because they could have easily done that.
Objection!
Sorry for the flashing lights. I'm so sorry. I'm speeding through this. God, Natsume's so cute. I love him, but I don't think it's a husbando way. I think I just stan him. Or maybe it could be husbando. I don't know. I feel like my taste in husbandos are varied. Honestly, as long as you're like a decently attractive anime man. You know he's serious about speeding through this because he skipped Soseki's outburst. He's not husband, but baby girl. I love that jingle. What? I really like that jingle. Oh my god. Great Ace Attorney 2 has the best music. Oh my god. You guys, I'm so glad that you guys pressured me to just go straight to Great Ace Attorney 2. I'm really, really, really happy. 13th August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. Peer pressure and no!
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light. That's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet, I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! Make me call— Never mind. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets! I'm no better, you know. She still has that guilt. Oh. Even though in my heart, I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when in my mind, I doubted you. I'm so glad I switched to headphones, dear Lord. What are you talking about? Welcome in. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you for all and always be on your side, forever and ever, as your girlfriend, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as your lover. Oh, no. I thought she was having like regrets because of the thing from the last trial. Like because you remember how she was like, you know, I'm not fit to be a judicial assistant. I thought like she was going into this with those nerves because of that.
I think this situation has taught you both a valuable lesson. Sometimes couples argue, and they may disagree on things, but all it takes is communication and understanding and love to forgive each other. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy—
Oh, literally! I wasn't even deviating the dialogue. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? You know, you'll always be my gallant, dashing knight in shining armor in my eyes now.
Oh, Ray.
I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery, indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. And that's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day. I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw was true.
Spoken like a true mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure that we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. And the police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Chemical reagent has been entered into the court record. We're gonna spray that with Iris's gun in the next case. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear.
Is it really? You know what? Ibuprofen does sound like a German word. Is it really? Is ibuprofen a German word? I feel like that makes sense now. I didn't know that. That's so interesting.
But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Wow, the more you know. Nothing else? Nothing else? Okay.
What's the matter, Susato? You suddenly are very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing! Huh? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any communication or compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there." I see a bee. Wasabi, welcome in. Hello. Hey.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin, too.
Miss Memo-san.
By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Beach, let's go get away. Oh, no. I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. Vitabi! Wasabi Vitabi! Thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. And then, presumably, he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again then. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes!
Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that's what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened on that day.
Alrighty, I gotta pee again, so I'll BRB. No, I won't pop the BRB screen. I'll be really fast, so I'll just leave it here for a second. Man, I don't know how some of you guys can do it. How do some of you guys just stream for hours on hours without having to go pee? Like, maybe my bladder just is weak. 13th August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mimbami. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? Why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jazai Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw so that it would get there in good time.
But, judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
That's not a very big reputation, but okay.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier.
It's gonna be in long because I gotta examine this.
Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
What else can we glean?
Wait, when it's like this? When the knife is like this? This is like when you, that one frame of looking at Phineas from Phineas and Ferb, from like when he faces towards you, the viewer, versus when he normally faces towards like characters in the show. Let's call this the Phineas knife.
Has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the next witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife? But if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Through a wound. Through like another room, or, wait. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, please slap me. I think Kazuya Nuri did it again.
Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
Oh God! Let's give him an accent that I don't think I would be attracted to.
Right 10, Many Momo, or Many Memo of the Show You News. I'm what the people like to call a journal.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm there where the news breaks, putting paper to pen to catch those scoops so they're in the print next morning.
Oh my God, don't flex like that.
They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? His theme sounds like there's a little bit of like Western to it too. So I was like totally right to give him the yeehaw accent.
Well, well, what have we here?
I'm like, okay. You know what it really is about this design that just gets me? Just absolutely makes me go insane. It's the very minimal amount of arm hair they gave him. I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourselves, people! Manny Memo senses a scoop in the offering.
Oh my God, stop. Oh my God, stop.
Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Oh my God, he's gay.
Move, I'm gay.
As expected, Vase Attorney.
The Raiders will laugh this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format of the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
It's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi.
For my bias. Oh my God. You're so funny. Thank you, Hope. Welcome in, Frostgrave. I hope you're having a good one. I am not your Oshi. Do not call me your Oshi. I'm just a guy. I'm just a boy.
Nah, the readers won't buy that. What?
Witness.
Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. Either way, you got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say.
God, stop! I'm going crazy. Why is he? Can we put another cute boy on the screen?
That's what I call my mini memoism.
Mini memoism?
Ah, yes. I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me. Many Memo again.
But you were...
I almost gave him the accent.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I did it. Because that English woman's words have piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Barrett's words?
A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. Police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I just quickly jotted down these words she said in my many memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. So here. Right, here goes. Vita B, thank you so much for stopping by. Can we please give a warm constellations welcome to Vita B for being new here? I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. People need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you indeed witnessed it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh, yes, I did, sir. I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed on the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman on the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of them screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm actually gonna lose it. I'm actually gonna lose it.
Reed screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring the first time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh, yes. I saw it. Saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk a day, run a scope the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell.
At last. It would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful!
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the markings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that have yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his large chest.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young girl.
Okay, yeah. I was like, did I read that right? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera, and you were taking pictures without the women's knowledge.
Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man, woman, non-binary, it's all news. That's not even mini-memoism. It's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Small Mika, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations and helping us reach our goal of 1900 constellations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. We're one step closer to 2000, and that would be really, really awesome if we could hit that before debut. Let me go ahead and set a new goal then. Hi, congrats. Thank you so much. If there's any constellations here, please let's give a warm welcome to Small Mika for being new here.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we please move on?
Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when we looked inside the hut?
A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Sadly, I can only be on here for a bit as I have to mod soon. No problem. Thank you so much for stopping by and saying hi. Not sure how you found me, but I'm glad you found your way anyway.
Take care if you have to go. Oh, whoops, my bad.
Hold it!
Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, you actually saw Mimbami-san entering the hut?
Yup, and she was raging.
raging like my journo spirit. Hey, how are we liking Yutaro? I'm so happy that we get to play as Susato. I'm so, like, once again, I thought it was so smart how they integrated, like, re-tutorializing the, you know, first trial of the game while still, like, keeping, like, you know, like, continuing it off as, like, this isn't an entirely new story. We're continuing off from the last game. So I truly enjoy it. I really think, especially because, like, they really went the extra mile. They made a whole model. They drew illustrations. I just really, even if it's only for this one case, I'm so happy that we get to have this, because I really missed Susato in the last case in Trial 5 of the first game. And I am so happy that, like, you know, we get to start off, even if we don't see Ryunosuke for the first trial of this game, we get to start off the game with a bang. And once again, you know, Great Ace Attorney 2 is subverting expectations. We're not starting off with another trial where Ryunosuke is like, oh my god, I'm rusty, I haven't done lawyering in so long. You know, like, I really appreciate what they did with this trial.
And the arguments you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it! I didn't steal it! That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, she laid into her anymore. There would have been
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Ooh, dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Huh! Precise moment? I didn't say just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And, in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What you describe is a grim crime scene indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memo says. That's what many memoism is.
By the way, Many Memo-san,
Hold on. Oh, I'm so glad there's a translation that just automatically turns on. Wait, is this a drawer? This would be blocking it. I mean, I guess he could be from here, but you know. Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap on the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent this tragedy rather than to capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. How do you pronounce that? In first standard American English, and then into. Hold on. Raison d'etre. Raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
1 second, I gotta turn on my other fan. Oh, I'm happy that the weather's finally like getting warmer, but now that it's hot, I want it to be cool again. I believe it's pronounced raisin date tree. Raisin date tree. What does that mean again? Hold on. Most important reason or purpose for someone or something's existence. So my raison d'etre is cute boys.
Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last, expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you?
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, will you supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement?
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many-memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
So, okay, I have a question for people that have been to a court or just know the law. I guess this is probably for Wasabi, but for people that, you know these things. So in a normal trial, not considering that this is a video game and it's fantasy and a lot of this like doesn't follow the law or whatever, in an actual court of law, how it's supposed to work is that the witnesses get brought up and they make their statements and then they get cross-examined, but the cross-examination doesn't necessarily have statements that go added to the main statement to cross-examine again? Is that what's going on here? So basically, the 5 sentences here are like the main thing that goes on record to being like cross-examined, and then anything that they say during that cross-examination to explain why they said that, like that doesn't count as part of like something to further cross-examine? I don't know, I've never been to court, so like I don't really know.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steadily enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Many-memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many-memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you most no doubt have seen many times before your role as a judicial assistant.
Yes, I have.
I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Hold it!
Now I just gotta wait and see if there's a choice that I can be prompted. Or, wait, hold on. Orange text also is kind of like a... No, okay.
Hold it!
Let us see if there is a new choice prompt to select. Oh!
Hold it!
There's a lot of orange text. Not much I can parse off. Maybe it's this one that I have to present something to. I think that's the one I have to press.
Hold it!
Oh, is this new? The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor. A sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic mini-memoism.
It's not something to boast about.
No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or something other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph?
Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked.
Hold it!
So it was number 4 that we're getting the double that we got that we didn't. Oh, wait, I can't skip any of these. But the 2 women inside didn't notice?
If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journal's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
Hold it!
Okay, wait. Okay, now we've got all these, right? How did I skip like 2 message boxes worth of presses?
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish.
Is there anything that I missed?
Hold it!
Did I?
Hold it!
What did I miss? No, this is all good. Huh. Shoddy old read screens. Sitting on a stool. Pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman. Quick as a flash, I whipped my camera ready to click. Rolled through the rough weave on the screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot. Never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. Oh! Wait! RM. Right hand mini memo! I got it! Oh my god, my brain! It's wrinkling, it's expanding! Oh my god, please tell me I got it! Please tell me I'm smart! Please tell me I'm smart!
Objection!
I'm smart! Many Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my...
This is what a superstar looks like.
Also, thanks for showing me your arm, Many Memo-san. In a way, that's more Many Memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Huh? What are you suggesting with these recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that in its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.? No! Raiten Many Memo, R.M. It's horse dung! Can't you say one of the central tenets of Many Memoism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Horse dung! Many Memo-san, is it not the case before that she died? You just met with Josiah Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse! Exactly! Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything!
There must be as many people with the initials RM that are here as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. But I will. We have 1,900 constellations in the sky. Huh? And now there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Yes, I got it. Yeah, I know. I am a genius. I big-brained this. Got it! As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Memo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of Shoyu News!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? They do when they're mine. Well, Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Oh my God! Wait, he got cake!
Order! Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics, have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. All right, then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. A Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the oh my God, Shoyu News, I get it. Shoyu News conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. Couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, all right, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh, yes. According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. And it may be about him in his swimsuit, if you know what I mean. What? Many Memoism states that one man's secret
as every other man's front page story. Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san. Hiding something?
He's sussy? Not my beloved! The witness's secrets. I asked that English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked a woman the very significant question. But he didn't say anything about this in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness?
Well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's true. Yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? Ooh, I gotta turn down the sound effect. Thank you so much for the care package. Oh, Lux, I really appreciate it. 1 second. Fresh. Okay, yes, I really need it. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and stand up. We are gonna go ahead and twist our body to the left. Twist our body to the right. We're gonna stretch our arms straight up to the sky. Let's roll out that right shoulder. And let's roll out that left shoulder. Very slowly and very gently. We're gonna go ahead and roll out that neck of ours. Take a deep breath in. And take a deep breath out. One more time, let's go ahead and take another deep breath in. And take a deep breath out. And of course, don't forget to drink your water. All right. Thank you very kindly for the care package, Old Lux. I really appreciate it. And welcome in, Daisha. Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even.
counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency.
The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
We're playing the Great Ace Attorney 2. We are starting off the game with the first trial, so I'm really excited to be playing The Witness's Secrets.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say.
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life?
That's not the way I phrased it. Metamemoism calls it for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler, and very much not what I am.
Ask every single question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. I say it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Yahoo! That told me, so I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Veteran at the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
Hello, Kieran chan. Hello, Exarmenti. It's been a bit. Hope you've been good. That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistent wins the prize. Any metamemoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify the witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
You literally were hiding everything for the past hour, but okay. I'm sure.
Please do go on ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut.
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What did you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful Mars, they'll be coming for me surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Oh, poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
All this world seemed to close in around me. I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity, the end is coming for me, surely!
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please.
And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Rider-Man? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown, handsome man like you.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air! Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't! She did nothing in response! But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will! I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever!
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing.
She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache and because I'm Japanese!
Oh dear. Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read for the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman? Well, yes. All right, she did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? Look, it's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No.
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But, fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Oh, I wonder what he actually said in the Japanese script.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. It was the reporter's sexy and evil! You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt! Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, but yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt to the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Aye. Because as this court can see, there was none other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed the crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No.
No!
The headlines are right in its sight.
Nation Lore's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice.
Oh my god, 1 second.
I swallowed my spit. Oh my god.
Somewhere, in all these details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
The anime boy who tried on Oh my god. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was standing at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing in the floor in front of me, with a knife on her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
It was the reporter!
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she or they stab the victim?
Came back from dinner at the perfect time. Oh, welcome back. Thank you for even coming back.
Wait, hold on. What was for dinner? That's important information. Hold on, let me save my game. think I'm gonna go turn on my AC as well because wow, it's actually like really hot now. Rice, barbecue, pork, veggies, and chicken. Oh, yummy. That sounds delicious. Send some of that to me next time, will ya?
Objection!
Objection! Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime?
Wah.
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. I'm mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer. Oh my God, I get it. Oh my God. The poison wasn't in the knife. The poison is in the tip of this fountain pen. I'm gigabraining. The wrinkles in my brain are forming. They're so old and wrinkly, and I feel so smart.
This is fiction! Fantasy! Is this the real life? Or is this just fantasy caught in a landslide, no escape from reality?
I feel so vindicated! After going through a whole first game where I was so stupid every time!
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency. The Ace Attorney grows in me. The longer that I'm married to Ryunosuke and to Phoenix, the longer I start to develop my skills as an Ace Attorney. And maybe one day I will be able to represent myself in court, but I don't think I'll ever have to because I'm a law-abiding citizen.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Behind, right? Hold on, I'm gonna save my game before I sound stupid. I'm here, what did I miss? Ooh, you're getting to the juicy part.
Take that!
Take that! Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. Hell fucking yeah, you are! The true culprit, who fatally stabbed Miss Brett, was concealed in this location here!
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
Yeah! What?
Order! Order!
But standing student, lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. We were just talking about that earlier. Her objection theme is so good. Shakes fist at time zones. I'm glad I'm here now. Ah, croissant. I hope you're doing good. What time is it for you? Thank you for stopping by. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that because I am the hot and sussy individual myself.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she or they could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
9 a.m. Oh, okay. Asia. No. Don't worry about it. You guys don't have to arrange your sleeping schedules to stop by my streams. You guys can always remember that the VODs will always show up on YouTube. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point in fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
I mean, literally, he said that it's made of reed, so he could just poke through if he wanted to. It's the photo. Oh my god, I'm genius. I'm a genius. I'm an ace attorney. I know this is the right answer. All right? 3, 2, 1. Take that!
Well, I've presented it now. But I haven't the first idea.
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hi, hey everyone. Hope everyone is having a great Sunday. Croissant. Hello to you. Kira style. Hi, hey. Hope you're doing good. Relix, K Cools. Hello, you guys. Hope you guys are all doing great. So we are here with the Great Ace Attorney 2. I'm so excited to be playing this game with you guys right now. And we are supposed to be presenting evidence for this trial. For some reason, I feel like this isn't the right evidence, so I'm just not gonna choose that. Wow, I'm glad I could make it to the start of the stream. I'm very glad that you're here, Kiro. It really means a lot that you're here for me with Great Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney, huh? What do you mean, huh? 5 parallel universes were just What are you talking about, Relix? Man, I made it for the start of a Kieran stream. Nice. I'm so glad that you're here, KK. Kieran, this is why I'm the lawyer. You're not the lawyer, though. You're locum student Naruhodo Esquire. Anyways, I don't know why are you guys saying some weird stuff? I'm gonna go ahead and I think it might be this piece of evidence. I'm just gonna go out of limb.
Take that!
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hiya, hey guys, welcome to the stream. We are currently playing Great Ace Attorney, and ouchie, I've come to market. I have to pick a piece of evidence, but I think it's gonna be maybe the reagent. We haven't used the reagent yet.
Take that!
Stacy Gars, it's going down.
Hi, hey guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney 2. We're currently at a point where we have to provide some evidence for something, so I'm not too sure what piece of evidence we should present. I'm so stupid. This better be the one.
Take that!
Take that!
Yes!
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Oh my Garly Guard, thank you so much for stopping by at the start of the stream. Welcome in, I hope you're having a great evening.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing!
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is about that I'm referring to. And he may be puffing out his large, protruded chest and showing off his toned arm muscles, and he may be sweating, but that's what makes a man hot.
Counsel, once again I must call you on to be explicit to the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim to took place from outside the hut?
I see another character has made your list, and what would that list be? What would that list be? I say, as I literally have to edit my debut PowerPoint to update my husbando decks to include Ryunosuke in it. I haven't showed that to you guys in a bit. Here, let me go screenshot that and show you guys really fast. Kieran's list? What's my list? Whatever could you be talking about? Hold on, where does that screenshot go to? Where do screenshots get saved when you do snipping tool? Oh, I see them. Cool. Kieran's minimalist memo list. And what about it? Do you have a problem with that, Kiro? Where's my screenshots? Here you go. Here's the updated version of the husbando decks. So pretend that this is an early preview of my debut, and then, there. Coincidentally, my friends and I are having a PowerPoint party soon, and my presentation is going to be a non-comprehensive list of fictional men I would date. You're truly a man of culture. Nah, thank you so much. Ooh, is there anyone else I need to add to this list? It's been a while since I last updated it, so I'll have to take a look at that later. Anyway. What's that? Nuts! Listen, if I had to add a whole section of my husbando Pokédex of every Ace Attorney character that I would think is hot or that I'm in love with, it would be an entire new regional Pokédex. Chiaki from... Yeah, don't you know? Chiaki's my Oshi from Ensemble Stars. I'm a Chiaki P. I literally was so blessed that I rolled that Chiaki in like 110 roll. Add Aochi to... Kiro? That better be a fucking joke. Alright, is there anyone else you guys want to point out before I put this PowerPoint away? Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? You've got 10 seconds. Actually, did I mention, I'm looking at it now, did I mention how stupidly expensive Steven Stone merch was on Japan as well? Steven Stone merch was almost as expensive as Edgeworth merch. Beat Neo Tweewee's so real. My god, wait, I literally have this on my soundboard.
Booyaka!
Booyaka! Man, I love him so much too. He's so funny. Who else have I not seen in a bit? I kind of want to... I was thinking about possibly streaming SMT5 soon. I kind of want to replay that game. And also just to see Mr. Algami. Hey, Kieran, let's go, lesbians! Yeah, SMT5? Hell yeah. I heard beat? Oh, here.
Booyaka!
Yeah, I haven't played SMT5 since I beat it when the game came out, but I think
I'll try doing a new game plus and trying to go for the best ending. Because I actually didn't go for the neutral ending last time. I went for the chaos ending on complete accident. I see my guy Daichi's in there. Every single captain from Haikyuu is top tier. And Ito? Ito is there because he's the closest thing Genshin has to beef. All right, any more shout outs before this goes away? He's a himbo? Yeah, for sure. I just wish, the game's models like could include, beefier builds. Like, they have those smithy guys. I don't know why they couldn't give Ito the build of the smithy guy. Oh, you know what? I need to finish. The last time I played Genshin was when I rolled for Alhaitham, and then I kind of I got him to 90, but I never built his skills. Gallo, I love Gallo. I think so. I'm the kind of person, I don't really watch movies more than once often, but the one movie that I've seen probably the most in my life that's not The Room is Promare. I've seen Promare quite I think at least 6 times. Vane? Oh, I love Land Vane. I love Land Vane. The Room? Wait, Kiro, please tell me you like The Room. That's a litmus test. You have to like The Room because that's my favorite movie of all time. It's mostly the same way that I haven't seen it though. As a meme. Okay, good. I'm happy. I'm really happy then. Because I would have been so sad if you didn't like The Room. What's The Room? It's the best movie ever made, duh. Oh, also, I'm so sorry. Akiyuri and Aster, thank you guys both so much for following and joining the constellations. I know that I missed Akiyuri following because I was doing some time travel shenanigans. But anyways, yeah, that's the husbando list. If I can remember any other husbandos that I have from other series, I'll probably add them before I forget. The third heart from the right and the top row in the sleeveless hoodie. May I ask who that is? Oh, you're asking about Seiji? Oh, hold on. Who's ready for another 30-minute rant about the Idolmaster side M? Hold on. Here. If I need to convince you guys to get into the Idolmaster side M, all I ever have to do is show this specific card. Here. All right, beef lovers. Here's your food. Where is it at? Where are you at? Where are you? Here you go. Where's Beelzebub? Oh, I should add him, yeah. Was the title always Let's Go Lesbians? Oh, I changed it to Let's Go Lesbians because, yes. Have I watched Tokyo Revengers? I have not, no. But anyways. All right, I've stalled long enough.
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls. Na 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 na. As you would expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
I was like, is anyone gonna get that reference? Is anyone gonna get that song?
This is extraordinary! You, an FX stan, in my chat?
Yes. We are in fact called Me-Yous.
The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed.
Right, Ten Many Memo-san.
It could only have been you.
No!
Objection!
His preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So in fact, the victim was...
Killed whilst sitting on that stool by a stab wound in her back delivered through the read screen.
Ah!
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
Yes! This is... absurd!
That will do! It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness.
There's no way this trial's gonna end right now. He needs to have his freak out first.
I finally made him cave.
I must say, I never been more proud.
But no, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope!
Welcome back.
It wasn't all an apparition! I can't accept this! I won't!
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings, but
Yep. I know how these games go.
Well, this is all very inconvenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in the place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. No, 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 no! A sleepy demon Ender, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity! Explain yourself, witness! He's gonna say that Soseki was behind in the tent as well, and then he's gonna pin it on Soseki, and then we have to prove that it's actually him because we use this reagent to go ahead and put it on the fountain pen and prove that the fountain pen was poisoned and that Many-Memo-san was actually the one that poisoned and stabbed and killed Josiah Brett, and Many-Memo-san is guilty and we are innocent and the lesbians win this trial. Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Me? Poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Oh, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by knife, but by poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon was used to attack the victim and no trace of poison in it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well...
Order! Order! But where does this leave us? Oh, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed...
What does imbibed mean? Imbibed. Past tense. Drank alcohol. But no, isn't it that if it's consumed through drinking, curare doesn't work, right? You mean she drank it?
Have another look at this photograph here. As you can see, A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked into the sandy floor of the beach hut.
Oh, this isn't curare. Okay. Yes, I stabbed her, and that's why I didn't kill her. Well,
The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
well, what do you know? Look at these dashing eyes. This'll make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at, even if I'm flexing my muscles right in front of you. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. I'm so mad that I think he looks so hot posed like this. Someone take him away. Please, tell me, insert images of other hot boys in front of me. Let me think about better guys than this.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Kieran, look over here instead. Flexes. You know I think your model's handsome. God damn it. Okay, I feel better now. Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. Honestly though, have you seen? Okay, I'm gonna call him out right now because Kiro tweeted, it was like this morning. I think I saw it like early in this morning. He tweeted a commissioned art post that very much shows his muscles. So I'm gonna go ahead and link it. All right, everyone, treat yourself to a good snack.
Hold it!
You're welcome, guys.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the other one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. No, don't run away! All right, guys, if that doesn't convince you to follow Kiro Style on Twitter and Twitch, you know, please follow him. He's also just, besides that, he's just a really nice dude. Sorry, I can't hear anymore. All the blood went away from my ears and into my nosebleed. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memories.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. What? No! Even if she was already pre-poisoned, you still stabbed her. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have had to say justice done.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described.
You're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen.
Who can blame this miserable country of ours? A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? One second, I have the meme. That's why I did it! I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to. Ooh. This is kind of, I know this game came out beforehand, but this kind of like, never mind. I don't want to make the connection if that isn't, you know, never mind. I'll just keep that to myself. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. If he wasn't framing great, it'd be kind of down for this. I know. I wish he was just funny and not, evil. As someone who spends his life saying that the truth is told, I feel recently really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own. She's in high school! Back off! Oh my god, you're no longer hot anymore. I don't like you anymore. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last!
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuya-sama. Kazuya? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san.
Right, remind me. Hold on. Kira, are you here? Anyone that knows the game, can someone remind me what Kazuma and Susato's relationship was again? Was he her mentor? It's been a while, so I forget the connection. Oh, she was supposed to go with him she was supposed to go with him to England. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. No, yeah, I remember. Yeah, she was supposed to. Oh, there's more. Oh. Okay, I guess I'll find that out then. I'll find that out in this game then.
They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. They also never stopped looking at each other. Seriously, dudes, you're in a courtroom. Please, stop looking at each other with those goo-goo gaga eyes.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
More will be revealed in this game, but she's his judicial assistant. Cool. Understood.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, yes, I stay. Oh, wait, no, we're with this.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett, then? Ha! Woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of...
He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation. Indignation! Wait, what's the incantation? Oh my god. I'm gonna be a huge nerd. Tales of indignation. Blah blah blah. Indignation! I'll pull up the Rita one then. Where's Rita? Oh, should I pull up Rita or should I pull up Jade? I'll pull up Jade. I, who stand in the full light of the heavens, command thee, who opens the gates of hell. Come forth, divine lightning! This ends now. Indignation!
Huge nerd, but that's why we're here. Good. She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Dallas voice, what the heck? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, that was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. Me in the middle of playing Effie engaged Divine Dragon?
Oh my god! The Divine Dragon looked at me!
So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. Oh, that Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
And I'm so excited I get to replay Tales games now. I'm thinking about all the Tales games I can play with you guys. Wonder if there's any other franchises that I really want to play with you guys. I know the other one, I was playing Mana Khemia for myself, but I'm totally down to replay it for stream. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm getting distracted now. That's why I hate Vigilantis. It's not whether it's right or wrong. It's only about what's right to them. Oh, that's right. I still owe you guys Dream Daddy. I need to hit up Jason and see if he's still available to play it soon. We were supposed to do the Craig route. I can't believe I planned on having all these dating sims for February for Valentine's, right? And I didn't play any of them. But also, like next week, Norn 9's localization's coming here. And I know I'm supposed to... I keep on... Every time I schedule... This game is so cursed. Every time I schedule Bust of Fellows, I always just end up not playing it. So... once Norn 9 comes out, I'm probably not gonna play Bust of Fellows until I finish Norn 9. Dream Daddy, I'm gonna say, yeah, no, Dream Daddy, I need to hit up Jason because the original plan was that I was gonna play Dream Daddy with my friend Jason, who is the voice actor for Damien. Because when I first started streaming, that was actually our big series that like helped me reach affiliate. We did the whole Damien route, and so I kind of wanted to go back and play through the Craig route because Craig is my favorite Dream Daddy. So. I just need to see if he's available again soon, but he's super sweet, and I really want you guys to meet him. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these. Also, before I forget then, if you guys want to check him out, please do give him a follow, because he also streams on Twitch. Let me make sure I have his username right, though. It should be like this. Yeah, cool. All right. Yeah, please, if you're interested, if you like Dream Daddy, please check out Jason. He's super sweet, and he loves talking about goth dads.
accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of 2 minutes?
I suddenly can't read English.
Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will.
Wait, now he's getting the accent.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Suddenly I'm all jumbled up. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. A student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less.
Right, but the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she simply would have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Hold it! I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe! Ray. Young girl, you stand here accused! You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it!
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. My god, poor Soseki, poor Mr. Natsume, he just looks so constipated.
But this awful man is making all of this up! Susato, please! You have to make them listen!
Return to the dock at once, Membani-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
I like how every time it pans to many memo, Soseki's making a different pained face in the sideline. He's so cute. I can't wait to defend his ass in court again next trial. He just wants to go to the beach. Nicki Minaj.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great, peeping Tom!
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Soseki's the next trial. I'm just assuming because we looked at the titles for the cases and Kokoro was the next one, so.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I love this case. Clover! Clover, welcome in! Welcome in, my sweet, my darling, my beautiful, beloved Clover. What's up, gamer girl?
I will grant the request of the defense.
You know what? I'm so glad you like this case. This is such a girl boss case.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings.
How many times are they gonna say this shit?
As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, Whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
I love Susato so much too. Kieran used all his luck. He got like 3 evidence presentations right, and then he created... Anyways...
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Also, yeah, no, just to shout out my friends. Clover is actually doing her own playthrough of Great Ace Attorney. She's played both games already, but she's doing a stream playthrough, and she's currently on... You're on the first game. I think, are you on the second or third trial now? But if you guys want to relive those games with another person's perspective, go ahead and check out Clover's stream. Of course, you know. And also, of course, Kiro's done a playthrough as well. I'm trying to think if anyone else has done a playthrough of Great Ace Attorney yet. But, you know, check them out too, if you guys like my playthrough. A second. Kazuma!
Hold it!
Hell yeah, please check them out. I love them so much.
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed from the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail, and boy, they had their way with my bum.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin that we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye! Surely you can understand that!
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of...
Oh my god, she is so gay.
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Menimemo-san. One small question, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you say I'm busy?
Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
I don't know why I keep on switching between laboratory and laboratory.
The story was published in the morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word.
Carolomi, welcome in. Well, Many Memo-san? As a as a citizen of free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. It's a founding principle of Many-Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. Reporter Many-Memo-san based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping.
So that's what this is all about. You were trying to cover up for the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I want it to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
They literally said this is the last cross-examination. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung! Horse dung that you could give to Amber and Fire Emblem Engage! What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless! Okay, but for real though? Oh my god, Chinese hot pot is so freaking hot and spicy. Hey, welcome in, Zaf. Although, I'm not surprised you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim takes the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry?
What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Yes, that's it! That's when Many-Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he used. That could be the key here.
If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her.
Many-Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he used.
On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
It's because he wouldn't want people to suspect that it was the pen! Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Hold it!
Ryutaro, he's a bitch, unfortunately, isn't a proper explanation. Can I... If we take off this pen's lid... Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? I'm so glad that her little flavor text is also different from Ryunosuke's and from Phoenix's. Lick's pen. Yep, poison. Blech! I'm just infinitely regenerating the pen. I love infinitely regenerating that pen. Let me save my game. Can I use the pen here now? Or am I being too hasty? Infinite regeneration of pencil confirmed. This man could saw. He's just like Gregson. Gregson can infinitely, you know, make some fish and chips. Many Memo can infinitely make some pens and pencils. Like if they just started a business where they, not a business, if they got married, then they would, you know, have infinite pens and fish and chips for themselves.
Objection!
No, okay, we can't use it yet. We can't use it yet then. Saw the title and I had to drop in. That's right, there are lesbians in this case. Not a business get married. How does that make more sense? Listen. Whose channel do you think you're on? The solution to everything is just gay marriage. Welcome in, designer gays. Hey, hey! I should add a little animation to that. I'll see what I can do about that. This guy gives soft top vibes. Don't be thirsty for him. I made the mistake. There's another more handsome person in this court with us right now.
Hold it!
And by that I mean on the stream. Usually there's like orange text, right? Orange text. Oh, this is new. Her case was heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Yes, a very simple explanation as to why the accused was compelled to poison her nemesis.
Objection!
Stop talking about ouchie that way. You guys are really just trying to push that ouchie narrative. There is no inculpatory evidence to that effect. The prosecution is deliberately leading the court. That's right. And my lawyer will throw you for it if you're not careful.
Oh, Ray, don't throw things like that out there. They can't know about my absolutely jacked muscles and how I can take down grown men.
Tut, tut, tut. Let the yokel student be aware that her humor is not appreciated in this courtroom.
We learned the gaslighting from you in Infinite Parallel. What are you talking about?
I can't allow the court to be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Ray is the only one who really knows what happened.
Hold
Oh, wait, orange text. Thoroughly search when they leave. I'm not thirsty for him. Ryutaro, on the other hand. Oh, don't be thirsty for Ryutaro either. Context, Ryutaro is Susato pretending to be like a man so that she can be a lawyer in the court, because at this time in Japan, only men could be lawyers, and also Susato's 16. That's what I'm saying. The reporter snuck the poison in the pen, but I'm trying to see what point, which piece of dialogue we can, you know, use the pen as evidence.
Objection!
No, not here. Knock, knock. Welcome in, Dave. Let me try this one.
Objection!
I know when the music doesn't stop. This entire case is just accidentally being thirsty for the wrong people, isn't it? Be careful about who you find attractive.
Objection!
Oh! I thought the music stopped. I thought the music stopped.
Objection!
Have I used it on everything? Have I used it on everything?
Objection!
Oh boy. Oh, can I use the reagent one in where they're talking about the search? Can I? Huh, wait, hold on. Forming in my brain. It's forming in my brain. It's forming in my brain.
Objection!
Damn it! Damn it! It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. What's this case about, by the way? Long story short, this girl here was accused of murdering a murderer because in the previous game, wait, how can I view the court log? Oh, fuck. Can I view the court record? Okay, so, okay, basically, this woman here is the one that is murdered in this trial, but in the previous game, she murdered another person. And so a lot of people have this vendetta against her, but she couldn't be convicted of being guilty because she's from England, and because they were in Japan, they don't have the right to like pass jurisdiction on her. So she was supposed to be transported to China because China has a consulate for British court, and British court would have then convicted her there. But before she left, she was killed, and it was discovered that she was killed using a now being developed poison in Japan. And we were trying to see like who's the one that did it. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we started the second one. Welcome in. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah. Man. What haven't I used yet? I haven't used the murder weapon. I haven't used the murder weapon yet.
Objection!
No. Ah, I'm stumped. Poison article. Smallest amount of entering body via the mouth or wound. Via the mouth or via a wound. So okay, so it can be distributed via drinks. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Set the symptoms immediately, starting with impaired breathing and okay. Could we use this here?
Objection!
No. See, it becomes frustrating when there's like a lot of different pieces of evidence you could use. Yeah, her objection's really good. Oh my god. The only thing here is that it's enjoyment. Poison someone, there'd be no reason to go stab the person as well. Ah, okay, fine. All right, backseaters. What's the answer here? Tell me what it is. I like the case, but I remember a few moments that were kind of silly like this. Yeah, I mean, the case is really good so far. I think this is the only time when I've been like super stumped, but it's just because there's so many options to choose from, you know? Present the updated poison articles on statements 2 or statement 5.
Objection!
Thank you. Okay, no more backseating and no more answers. Well, I can think of one reason. What? What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did! There can be no question of that! After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin! And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection! Where are you going with this, counsel?
Minimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Ah!
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, ooh, thank you for the care package. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and stretchy. Let's all get out of our seats. We're gonna go ahead and twist our body to the left. Ooh, twist our body to the right. Put your arms straight up to the sky. Roll out that right shoulder. Roll out that left shoulder. Very slowly, very gently, roll out that neck. Take a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. Go ahead and drink our water. Oh my god. I almost spilled my water on my keyboard. That would have been very scary. Thank you for the care package, Frostgrave. I really appreciate it. Worrying information? What worrying information? Oh, her little encyclopedia! The information which she subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Oh! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san's being no obsession. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you! Right, and many memo! Gah! It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such an unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach's hut in thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at the time. It was too late. So you had hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever been suspected.
This is extraordinary!
Yes, The effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! Order! The argument presented is sound.
Excuse me.
The court is satisfied with it that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely!
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top-knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope!
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen?
I don't need a counter-argument!
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing.
Hold on, I'm gonna put my window down now because I'm scared that my neighbors are thinking that, like, I'm having an actual argument.
Whereas I base my news in facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write 10 mini memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory!
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case...
As you identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
Man, even in times of him being super sweaty and super stressed, he's still a homosexual. My point is this. There is one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. Are you playing as Ryutaro? So, right now we're playing as Ryutaro for this case. but I don't think we're gonna be playing as Susato for the rest of the game.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison of the day in question?
Please tell me it's the pen. Please tell me it's the pen.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency. Is this fountain pen? Oh, thank God, yes! I can finally prove my point!
Ugh! A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow have enough ink to write as many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago.
I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup cone of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye! That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink in the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very life blood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir! Ah!
Objection! More absurdity! That never happened!
True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like that from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say. And for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Oh, are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a second, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison into her glass.
Objection! There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself in the if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So, is this how our modern justice system works? Is it?
So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve.
Amy Bear, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in.
You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again.
It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove he did with evidence.
Ah! No such evidence could possibly exist.
No, you're all good. Thank you so much for stopping by, Amy. Can we give a warm constellations welcome to Amy Bear for being new here?
Objection!
Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Yes.
Very well, then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle.
The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Save just in case, but I know it's this. Got it!
Take that!
Take that!
Counsel, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes. That poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't!
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation. I took up arms in the front of the mighty pit. I fought tirelessly in the battlefield. Oh, in the name of justice and righteousness. Many. Ah!
Susato, with me! I'm here.
Ah!
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab,
The poison. The devil got hold of me. And I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down in the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini-Mimo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a sacred project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up.
And why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at always, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you just call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see, my racist superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth.
Emma, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in.
It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
Ginger, hi, hey, hey. A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange?
we're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was gonna sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, like, I don't justify what he did, but it's like, he like, you know, I'm just as angry at Tazai too, you know? Like, she is a very vile, very prejudiced, very disgusting person. And I was rooting for her death in this game. Like, I knew that she was gonna come back, and I knew that she was gonna get her just desserts. But, you know, like, obviously, in real life, I would not commit murder. But I'm saying, like, I understand why the character in this video game, like, has those feelings.
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But do you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is gonna let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to say that justice is done myself?
Yeah, in this case, I agree with everything he was thinking of, but I don't agree with him committing the murder. And I also don't agree with, like, the implications that he was voyeuring on a high schooler.
Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Josiah Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled that trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one.
No. The only reason, so if you don't remember what happened earlier, we're in Japan right now. We're not in England, so that's why the judge, this is the Japanese judge.
It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts?
Prosecutor Aochi.
I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth. Not once, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it is withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence!
rather than living on in shame. Oh my god, is he gonna commit seppuku? I will end it all now with this blade. For that it is a true path of Ouchieism! Ouchieism?
One hopes that this is the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Oh, he's gonna Sudoku his hair. Sprig, oh my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san,
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
This is what a superstar looks like.
Woohoo! Yeah! We beat our first case!
Court is adjourned.
Yeah! Oh, let's go, lesbians! That's right!
Oh, let's go, lesbians!
Can we all say let's go, lesbians in the chat to celebrate this victory, please? 13th August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 3.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do. Just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear.
Hold on. If we had the costume installed, would he still... Wait, hold on. I'm totally gonna ruin this moment. Hold on. Hold on. Pokemasters is having an event soon, and it's a detective event with Steven Stone. Ooh! I think I have like 2,000. I have 20,000. I have 20,000 gems ready. Hold on. Give me 1 second to just ruin the mood, the flow, and the mood of this cutscene. Do we want to see him? Take care. Do we want to see him with this? Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna see him with this. Oh my god! Wait! Let me do it for you. Let me do it for you. Gurmy. Bruno. Let me do it for you.
Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
There has to be a plushie of this, right? There has to be a plushie of this. Guys, we have to find a way to get this in my hands. I need to have that Runo in my hands.
Susato! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so
dashing in there. Ray. And Father.
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry.
If you can't find the official ones, there are a myriad of fan-made Chunosuke's available. Oh my god, please, if you guys, I don't care if they're official or not, if you guys have any links to anyone that's selling the Chunosuke's, please send them to me on Twitter or send them in the Discord server. I need to see them. I am determined. Ryunosuke, I think what I'm gonna do is my next Ida bag, it'll be half Ryunosuke, half Phoenix. Because, you know, my love is for both of them. Oh, there's a pre-order for someone's Chunosuke plush? Okay, yeah. Guys, please make sure you send them to me on Twitter or on the Discord server.
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... No, I think I'm gonna cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you.
Susato, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're girlfriends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah!
Caution to the... what?
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar to...
She literally told her to ask her out on a date!
Oh, let's go, lesbians!
Or something.
Right. I see. I'll, think about it, Ray.
And you know what Ray rhymes with? Ray rhymes with...
Move, I'm gay.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not.
There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
Oh, let's go, lesbians!
You fought for your girlfriend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but... it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So... I'll never see him again then.
What a terrible shame. She's in love with him.
What? What is happening?
Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Hey, is that... really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba.
I don't. So dashing, so divine. No! doubly dashing! Yes, yes, and devilishly divine! Look at you, breaking gender norms and expectations! You are beautiful as both a woman and a man, and anything or nothing on that binary! I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin! Astonishingly astounding ace attorney!
Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London.
Okay, I thought his design looked different. I do like that he has everyone has a different outfit.
What an extraordinary conundrum that it was the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. In case you didn't play the first Grade Ace Attorney, we're gonna sum up what happens in the fourth trial. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And that's why you should have a lot of attachment to seeing him in the first trial of this game. And now, he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You are a woman of many faces, I see.
And just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope.
Oh, I'm not a patch on you though, Inspector. Why is he coughing up blood? Because that's his thing. Let him do that.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
And in case you don't know who this handsome gentleman is, I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes. It was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
My arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well,
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A boyfriend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of Dr. John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the boyfriend and homosexual life partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father there again.
Okay, but like you're like for real though. I do kind of ship Ryunosuke and Sholmes. I think they're really cute.
As you know,
I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Oh my god, he's gonna be relevant because at the end of the game, we're gonna find out why Kazuma and John H. Wilson and Greg Gregson were on that tape, and he's gonna be holding that information, and he's gonna be our antagonist.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where did that news come from?
That's what I would like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father.
To be fair, she was on sea for about a month, so like he could have recovered by then.
Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might be inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me?
He's trying to protect her from everything that's going on.
That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't.
Ah! Let me go! Wait, wrong.
Many Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Josiah Brett, you mean? No, not her! No, not her! The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago!
Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama!
What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
With all the voices I thought this game had voice acting. Can we give a warm constellations welcome to Maybe Maeve for being new here in the chat?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah! Well, I didn't expect to find him here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend with benefits, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato?
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known him, then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand. As an old friend with benefits. So, Seishiro, see you tonight at 10? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to wait to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you so much!
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha!
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Josiah Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. When nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once! I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But you do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in.
Of course. I could never forget.
Your father seemed concerned, himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean...
The one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public.
Which is why the only case involving you that has any member of the public aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care! I don't have to listen to what this dastardly detective says! Anyway, the point is, it seems that that case somehow holds key to all these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over. But it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
Anime!
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
I love her voice actress so much.
And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better.
I really wish this game was fully dubbed.
How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
I love her so much! And oh my god! God, I love that theme so much. I'm gonna add that to the sound alerts. Don't worry. All right. Well, that is all for today. As much as I wish I could just go on to the second case, for the purpose of this VOD, and just because we've been going on for almost 7 hours, I'm gonna call it. This was the adventure of the blossoming attorney. Oh my god. The second game is even better than the first! Holy moly! Thank you guys so much for playing this game with me. I was so excited to finally play this, and my god, I wish I could just make every stream that I do Ace Attorney. But fortunately, we won't have to wait too long in order to start Case 2. For the schedule, I will be starting Case 2 on Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So, of course, I would love to have you guys there. And, you know, it looks like, you know, if I can be so inclined to, like, just ask of this, it looks like the Great Ace Attorney series is probably, like, one of the most popular ones that we've been doing here. So if you guys enjoyed this series, I would love it if you guys could spread the word. And if you guys have any other friends that are interested in watching along or just, you know, are interested in joining us with this adventure, I'd love to have all of you guys here because of all the people that I've met, you know, through this series, you guys have been super sweet, super kind on both Twitch and on the archives on YouTube and whatnot. And, you know, I really want to talk to you guys about this game because this game is amazing and I'm having so much fun playing and reading for everyone. And, you know, I'd love to just have all of us come here and celebrate it together. But for now, we're going to go back to the title screen. Congrats on the finishing the case. Thank you. Thank you. My brother's a big fan. I'll let him know. Yeah. You know, it's not a big deal. Like,
you know what? Like, I can be transparent about this. Like, I'm so happy at how much our community has grown since we've started the Ace Attorney series. And we're literally almost at 2,000 constellations, so that'd be really awesome. Obviously, numbers aren't everything, but I would just love to meet more people that we can share this adventure with, especially while we're still early on in the second game, before we go back to Phoenix Wright. But either way, thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream with me today. I will see you guys tomorrow with some more Atelier Ryza 3. And until then, I hope you guys have a wonderful week and take care of yourselves. Make sure that before you go to bed, it's still pretty early in, but before you go to bed, make sure you drink some water, give yourself a nice little stretchy, and of course, take your medications if you guys need to do that. Personally, I'm so glad I stumbled upon this channel myself. That makes me really, really happy, you know? I'm really glad that I get to meet you guys and get to experience this and have fun. But yes, thank you guys so much. We are gonna go ahead and raid Kiro. He's currently playing Resident Evil 4. And because I just want to make fun of him, can we all please join me in saying today's raid message? We're gonna say, oh my god. Let's all say, objection, you're handsome. And if you have access to the emotes, please don't forget to use those. But anyways, thank you guys so much for stopping by for the Great Ace Attorney 2 with me. This was fantastic. I had so much fun. And I hope that you guys can come back again soon. But until then, thank you guys so much. And before we go, let's all say Otsu Kieran. Good night, guys. Bye-bye. Take care, Geb. Sorry that you made it to the tail end. Bye-bye, guys.